Hey, Zaku. Hi, Mad Dog. One sec, I'm just tweeting. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Okay, that's good. I can't hear myself right now. Hello. Welcome back. No, Hal is not listening at this time. Let's see if we can get Hal to listen. Hal. Welcome back. Hal, play Zagu theme. Hal, play Despot Measures. I love it. Stuart P.O. Welcome, Bow. I'll tell you the story.
Which way shall we play? Only one way to play.
I am the holder and the keeper of the one true version. We shall all play.
It's too hot to dance. Don't dance anyway.
I don't like kickoff.
Love kickoff with a passion. Kickoff without passion. Gameplay is the way, but don't ask DD. Okay.
Despot measures. I love it more than all of you.
Oh, very, very nice idea, Stuart. Aren't you the guy who originally had the idea of the bell in the tunnel? Was it you? Well, it's over a year ago now. So what you're saying is if you ring the bell, you know, thanks, I like that idea. You've given me some, because I think it's time for some Easter eggs in the game. I hope I can get... I'm always doing too much serious stuff. I can't put Easter eggs in the game. I love Easter eggs. Or should I call them Cadbury's eggs? And said it was a great idea. And I don't know if you've noted the evolution of it from that original implementation, Stuart. There became this thing that it was possible to actually hit the bell more than once if you put spin on the ball. And the record, I believe, is... How many was it? It was 5. I think it was 5. Incredible. But yeah, that has to be right at half time. Otherwise, there isn't enough time for the 5 bells to ring before the throw-in. By doing the top spin shot. Anyway. Yeah, though there is, 5. Someone got 5. There's a video of it. I had a phone home to an API. Exactly. I mean, maybe I should do this thing is be notified when someone rings the bell. It's okay, but I like the idea of the doves. Yeah, well, I'll be in the statistics. I think so. I think it will have to be. Did I say Tehu? Hello, Tehu.
Hello, Tehu.
Hal, play Tehu theme. Hey, thank you, Mad Dogs. Most appreciated. No, anniversary is this Saturday. Saturday is the day. Anniversary. Hi, refly. was Danny's theme for today. He gets a different theme depending on the situation. Yes, it is a warm. It is. You never know. You never know what will happen when Rebel Danny, because he's Irish, and I have a special love for Irish music. So much so, I consider it's like that whole thing about London, you know, being paved with gold. It's like Dublin is paved with musical notes. So there you are. Anyway, your Windows just broke. That's typical. You have to blame Bill Gates. He's investing. Bill Gates is investing $2 billion in some kind of enterprise. You know what it does? All it does is it analyzes all social media, everything that everybody's saying about companies, and then predicts whether the share prices will go up or down. That's what I read. That's Bill Gates' next contribution to the planet. The more ringing of the bells. Yes, I know. I've got. But there are other things I'd like to do. I'd like there to be I don't know. I've got a few ideas. I'm not going to give them away just yet. Did he cure malaria? I don't know. Did he? All I know is that I still have Bill Gates moments practically every day. Yeah, reflight. I know. Exactly. It was so high pitched. It's the whistle. It's the problem with the whistle. I love it, but it's very high pitched. You have to go something. This is a bit better. It's a bit better. Yeah, I got two. You got extras. Play some. You want some guitar? Oh, okay, because it's too hot to think. I'll do some guitar then. Anyway, I can never resist a request. Could you? So, yeah, what? But Dino, when you think about it, when the bell rings in a game, a Raspberry Pi... I like the idea. I like the idea very much. Maybe we could do a little project for people. Your Windows Pi. Well, at least Refly, I didn't do it with reverb on. I could have. Well, what shall I do? A bit it's struggling with the heat. It's really struggling. Slip sliding away, slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. And I knew a man. He came from my hometown. He wore his passion for his woman like a thorny crown. He said to Loris, I live in fear. My love for you so overpowering, I'm afraid that I will disappear. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. And I knew a woman, became a wife. These are the very words she used to describe her life. She said, a good day ain't got no rain. She said, a bad day's when I lie in bed and I think of things that might have been. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. And I know a father who had a son. He longed to tell him all the reasons for the things he had done. He came a long way just to explain. He kissed his boy as he lay sleeping, and he turned around and headed home again. He slipped sliding, slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. And God only knows, God makes his plans. The information's unavailable to the mortal man. We work in our jobs, collect our pay, believe we're gliding down the highway when in fact we're slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's a lovely song by Paul Simon, that one. There you go. Haven't done that in a while. Yeah. Streets of London. No. Have you seen the old man outside the Seaman's Mission? Yes. It's a little bit sad, that one. It's like... you want to experience the ultimate... Oh, dear God. Oh, my God, all these requests. It's like... What? Oh, what's this? Rebel Danny. Ring them...
Red Reef Digital is a small marketing agency based in South Florida. We wanted to give everyone an opportunity to ring the morning bell, so we made one that could be rung over the internet using Twitter. So if you'd like to ring the morning bell, just tweet at redreef_digital and mention the hashtag ring the morning bell. The bell can ring for you.
I love it. I love it. That's very nice. Ring the morning bell. There's the thing. I don't know, is that enough? Probably a bit too much, I don't know. That's enough of that. I have to get back to work. That was just made up. Right. Okay. So where was I? Might actually be able to do some testing with Raduga and try again tonight. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't done all the themes, have I? So I still have to do your theme, Refly. I said a welcome back to Stuart, P.O. Just Wickerman then. Hi Wickerman, how you doing? Hal, play Wickerman theme. Oh, that was very slick. Hal, what's up with you? Yeah, me. Right. How's the temperature in different parts of the world? We should get the temperature reports in. Over here it's too fracking hot. That's how hot it is. Okay, I don't know if it's any better than yesterday or not. Hey, oh Bocky, I missed you. Ahoy, Bocky. He's there as well. Hal, play Bocky theme. Interesting. Too hot. So I've got my air conditioning. Here it is, air conditioning. Perfect. 33 in Milan. Dear me. Alright, so total buffer 19 and 20. I think I have a system. Cork is 20 degrees. $20? You lucky bastard. 20 degrees seem quite nice, actually. Oh, it was high 20s earlier, okay. Okay, I've got to just revise something here. Hey, Tommy. Welcome. Lots of people tonight. It's nice to see. Hello. Welcome back. Let me see now. Where was that? Target FPS. It's almost like, hey, stay frosty. Welcome back. Oh, spuds. That's always good. I remember a meal I had in Ireland 25 years ago. I wanted to go to, oh gosh, what's the name of there? Oh, come on. Lisdoonvarna. Primarily because of the song Lisdoonvarna by Christy Moore. There was no festival or anything. I just wanted... So we were travelling across Ireland and we got to Lisdoonvarna and there was this lovely little pub in there and I remember some kind of potato hot pot kind of thingy thing. I don't know how to describe it, but it was very potatoey and very nice. I remember that. Yeah, exactly. I went to Listunvarna entirely because of the song Listunvarna. We actually did get there, and it was a little place. It wasn't much really going on. Apparently, it was a great music festival there, but then it became just country and western. Apparently, yes, County Clare. It's a long, long way from here to there. And we went the Cliffs of Moher and Burren, which I'm probably massacring the pronunciation. And I bought a Bowron, which I don't have anymore. I don't know what happened to it, but it was from Doolin. No, wait a minute. Not Doolin. I've been told off for that before. It's not Doolin. It's Doolin. It's not Doolin. If you say Doolin, you get weird looks. That's my tip for you if you ever go that way. You call it Doolin. Doolin. No, you're playing with me. It's not Doolin. If I go around and I pronounce it, hey, could you tell me the way to Doolin? It's just like it's not going to work. I'm not going to blend in or anything. You're playing with me. Went Dublin on a green train to Dublin from Dunlochare. Loire, I don't know how to pronounce it. Wexford was my first encounter with Ireland, because with my ex we travelled over on the ferry and we arrived in Wexford. There was this lovely, oh gosh, it was amazing. I mean, it really was amazing. This old style pub in there, and we had a pint of Guinness and this lovely hearty meal pie thing, and I think it was sourdough. And we drove through Kilkenny as well. I remember driving through Kilkenny, and we broke down somewhere. I met Captain Farrell. I've met Captain Farrell as well. I did. Indeed. I didn't need to leave Dublin, though. I've met him many times at the Temple Bar. Can't really hear it too well. Can't really hear it too well there, but yeah. There is whiskey in the jar. So last Christmas I got a review. The very next day didn't know what to do. This year, to save me from tears, we're going to give out no codes. It wasn't Christmas, but I could resist. Anyway, what I'm thinking is I could do with a little bit of sort of rather like, yeah. I want to, yeah. I'm going to try a little thing, see if I can improve the performance a little bit with a little bit of sort of hysteresis-y thing going on. Oh! Guess what? Unity crash time. Don't you love that? It's the latest version of Unity as well. Good evening, Raduga. How are you doing? How? Play Raduga thing. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh the daddy, oh the daddy, oh there's whiskey in the jar. That didn't quite work as anticipated. So if it's the current FPS is... Oh, it's the wrong way around. I think. No. If it's less than that, which it will be, then we do this. Else, if we'll go with a runner. Let's try that. Okay, 1 sec, I'll be right back. Captain Farrell. I've got Captain Farrell going on in my head now. I'm good, Raduga. How are you? Let's try again. Let's see, synchronization. No, that one's a bad idea. I'm going to take that out. It's a refinement that... What is more interesting is to look at when I add together the buffers on both sides. Is that 28? Okay, so when I look at that, I can say for this setting, 20, and the number I have is about 27 or 28. So then let's try 10. I don't think I've got an event on tonight. I think the event's tomorrow, isn't it? Be judging the goal of the month tomorrow. On Friday, we'll be doing the Beat Dino for a t-shirt competition. I've got a couple of people helping me with that, with the organisation. That's good. Someone at the publisher, and then also the other half is helping. It's not like there's a gigantic amount of work. It just needs to be monitored. And then I need to be reminded what it is that I'm doing, because I can't keep it all in my head. So here we say 10, and the total buffer is 10. I'm working fairly well with a lag of 10. The lag of 10 frames though is... oh, how much is it in reality? Well, the lag on this side is about the same, isn't it? That's the control. There it is. It's good. Now we have a little algorithm here. The master goes and says, I'm asking for 10, and it's going down to a total buffer of... yeah. Okay, and then maybe I can go down a bit more. I think what total buffer 5. See what happens if I go down to 5 frames. Well, let's say 6 frames. Hey, stay Frosty. The yellow red card of the month as well. do remember the old tip. You know, what is it? I should do a thing for that, shouldn't I? Oh, actually, I don't know. Can I do that? Add. Hang on. That's a complete failure there. Oh no.
Oh no!
If you don't tap, if you don't tap, you don't slide. Hi Pro Neo, how you doing? Welcome back. And if I didn't say a welcome back to you, Stay Frosty, welcome back. Welcome back. Ah, now you see. Hal is going funny on me. Welcome back. With a stiff upper bit. Hey! Stay Frosty scored! Hey! Is that your first goal? Hey, somebody's finally got their first score. They scored their first goal. Is that your first goal? Give us that. What conditions? Do we remember our first goal? What condition was this goal? Was this against the CPU? Or in a... Oh, your first goal in a while. It's good. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling when you scored. That's what you're working towards. And just remember, the longer that it takes for you to score that goal, the sweeter it will feel. Like the day I beat Postino or Don Rob. The day I win. I mean, the day I won against Raduga, who I hadn't beaten for ages, and I managed to beat Raduga. And that was intense, and that felt really good. Not because of beating Raduga, but just because I managed to up my game. That's what it's about. That is the addiction of sport, actually. That's why people like to play sports. At this point, if I'm trying to do 6, you see, and the buffers are becoming empty, and it says 6, the total buffer is very low, it's like 0 or 1. So we could do an algorithm which is So is it 6 frames? I guess the input will be 6 frames. I suppose I could just do a simple algorithm where I say that the average total buffer then it depends on the variation. Dropping lots of frames. I'm going to have to think about that. Hey, Postino, you're back. Missed you. How? Play Postino theme. I'm good, thanks. Okay, you can see that screen a bit better. This is the PS4 dev kit. What we're going to do now is, if you're up for it, Raduga, is you got a Nintendo Switch. Well, we're hoping to have an announcement about that. I'm really looking forward to doing the Switch version. Well, I've got no ETA at this point. So, yeah, let's get a version of the game out to Raduga. Okay, let's do it. I'm just getting the version of the thing. Can get there with the D2, D2 is D2 builds PS4. One that we want is the one I made at 1726. Is it? This one is the most recent. But it is. I need to make a. No, it's not that one. It's this one, and I need to make a. Come on, where are you? A package build. Okay. It's building. So when that's done. So Postino, I've heard about ARMS. Yeah, I remember seeing the video of it. I think Nintendo understand gameplay. I'm not sure that Sony are saying that the future is narrative-driven games. It's like, for pity's sake, just narrative. It does narrative. You know why? Because when you're telling a story, you can pretend you're in the cinema, you're in the movie industry. It's like, I thought we were making progress, but no. And you know who I blame for that? I blame the gamer culture police. Pure gameplay, exactly. But then what happened is that pure gameplay is pushed primarily, by and large, is pushed by indies. And the problem is that then indies have taken a bit of a beating because of the likes of, well, you know what those lot do. It's a theory. I'm not saying it's right, but it's a theory. So how about this for a theory? So one of the complaints that the gamer culture police have is towards games that tell stories, but that was not what was interpreted. What was interpreted was, we need more AAA, not this indie stuff, you know, encroaching into our domain. We need to differentiate ourselves from indie. And so the only way that AAA can do that is by moving further away from gameplay, and so they end up saying narrative style games, which is ironic because those look also the kinds of games that the gamer culture police would target. I don't know, what do you think? It's probably a load of rubbish, but maybe there's some truth in there somewhere. Yeah, you can have both. You can have both. You can have production value and gameplay, but the problem is that when you have production value, then what you've got are people who interfere. That's, you know, that's my mission as far as games go. I want to be able to get some resources so that I can prove that it is possible to have both high production value and also high quality gameplay. No, I don't need to prove it, but I want to, because it's already proven. Other people have already proved it, right? But what I want to do is to prove that you can actually do it deliberately and consistently, and that it is sustainable. I want it to make it sustainable. The problem is that if I go and get money from, you go and work with someone who's going to give you. You can just see it from Sony's. What Sony was saying, it's like, so in other words, the only way that anybody's going to invest big bucks in a video game is if it's understandably something that can be rolled out by adding narrative to it, because that's obvious. It's like you can make a plan. You can sit there and say, here's the story, and from the story we know exactly how much artwork needs to be done, and so you can clearly budget this game, you know, out and so on. The problem is that in order to create great gameplay, you have to not allow the production value to interfere. So what you should do is you should start off at the beginning by prototyping your gameplay and then finding an idea that has great gameplay. The core of the game is there, but you can also roll it out to add production value onto it, so that you define the whole identity of your game and gameplay first, and then you come up with a plan. And if you want to throw story over the top, and you know, you can do that, all right. But of course, predictably, I've seen it happen too many times. That's not the way that it will work out in general. What will happen is that they want to rush straight, cut out all that other little bit at the beginning. Let's just say, okay, here it is. We're going to be a story about post-apocalyptic Earth in the year 1977, you know, where a disease has taken over the planet and there are zombies everywhere. And it's like, oh yeah, people love that. And we might as well have werewolves in there as well. Why not? Zombies, werewolves, can't go wrong, you know? I despair. I mean, yeah. Oh well. This folder is empty. Like my heart. Why is it empty? What the hell happened there? Error output. Ah, there are errors. Frack. Okay. Errors. Now I have to figure out what this has gone wrong with publishing settings. Yeah. Try making a build again. The build actually went long. Oh, I don't know. Thomas was alone. I don't remember that. I haven't seen that game. But my point is, I could add incredible levels of production value on the kickoff player manager line. All I need is a budget and still retain the gameplay. It's terrible. Well, the thing is with Command that when you're younger and you haven't seen so many games, that I can see how Uncharted 4 can grab people, you know, and say, okay, yes. Because, you know, there is a kind of magic to seeing these interactive video thing going on, you know. I can see that and I understand it. But the problem is that when you've got a bit more sophisticated, you get bored with it. So I got bored with Uncharted. It was like I had no reason to finish the game. What was the reason? It's like there's no exploration. It's linear. It holds your hand all the way. It's in terms of gameplay, it's terrible. And then I don't know. But then there's the other thing: is how much of it is that's what people really want, and how much of it is that's what people are told to want. How many people buy games and play games so they can just be social and go with their mates and say, yeah, I play that. I mean, it could be, couldn't it, that that's what it's about, and it's not really about the quality of the game experience. There is evidence of this, which is games like Rocket League. Incredibly successful. Very simple, it's pure gameplay. It's there, people want it. Don't think they don't want it, they want it. It's just that there's also fashion. They also want to be in with the in crowd, if you know what I mean. They want to, you know, play the games that everybody else is playing, like pop music. So unfortunately, there's always something. The build that I ran, Reduga, was it was a hosted build. I didn't think of trying to build a package build. That's failing now. This is why I built the build server, but I can't use the build server on the PS4. We haven't moved that over yet. That'd be more time. It says OT, generating native code in parallel. Are you doing it? Creating package? Come on. This is what you should be doing. Yeah? Creating, it says creating package. Oh, looks like it's making it this time. Yeah, but other people... I know. It'll come back. Gameplay will win again. That's the last thing I do. I've just watched as this beautiful thing, gameplay, this thing I call an art. Design and development of gameplay is an art. And I've been criticised for calling it an art and claiming that I am an artist in what I do with gameplay. It annoys the frack out of me, I can tell you. It's like, how dare people try to tell me that I'm not an artist in what I do. I see no difference about when I play a musical instrument or I write a song or the lyrics for the song or any other arty activity. What I can see the connection with it. For me, it's the same. It's a music of movement. It's a choreography. It's a composition, but it's an interactive composition. Where instead of the timing of notes, which are always the same every time you play it, there's the timing of events which are triggered from the actions of the player. That is the art form. That's where I get my kick out of doing. You know? The fact that we even have to have a discussion about it, it shouldn't need to. It's terrible. I've watched as the heart and soul of video games over the years has slowly been eroded and corrupted, and it's, oh God. Gameplay art. Thank you, Costino. I believe that's what I do. I wouldn't do it if I didn't think it wasn't art. I would not interest, but not only, but even playing the game is art. If you think about it, I mean, with sport, it's an art as well. Sport is an art. It becomes an art when you master anything. It becomes an art. So I get a particular kick out of trying to make a game that is art, but then when people play it, it's artful. It's the art of making something that helps other people express themselves. That's the ultimate video game, right? The one where you create your own story, where you make your own story, where the narrative is generated by the player, not the fracking designer. That's the thing. I think I have a build, Raduga. I'm trying to upload it. It seems to work here. Just see if it runs. The problem was caused. It's running. The problem was caused by the fact that we're actually now currently we're using 4 different versions of Unity. The problem was caused by non-backwards compatibility. That development. I've been developing with the latest version of Unity, and then we need to sort of put that back into a previous version of Unity because we can't go to a later version of Unity. We're stuck with the version of Unity we've got for the PS4 for the time being. Yeah, we can break out of that, but it's going to cost. It costs. We need time, development time that we can't afford. So that was the reason. But it seems to be running. Not everyone can be a Microsoft. Well, but that's the point. Isn't that sad? That's so utterly, 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 shamefully, terribly sad that people give up on video games that aren't fracking cow clicker. A lot of video games, they're time spent. You spend your time playing the game. And, you know, it's like, yeah, okay, there we are. Oh, I want to complete this game. It's like, oh, that's it. So it becomes an extrinsic motivation. And so why do people do that with games? I think there are two kinds of gamer. There's the kind of gamer that wants... It's like there are two kinds of holiday makers. Frankly, there are the holiday makers that go on holiday because they want to explore and experience a different culture. And they're the ones who will go to a city perhaps that they haven't been to before. They will eat the local food. This is what I do. I like to, when I go into a restaurant at some strange place, I like to say, give me something that's typical of this area, because I want to experience the air. And I don't care what it is, because, you know, I'm not looking to eat some kind of traditional British food like a, you know, kebab or something. No, that was a joke. But, you know, I'm not looking to I'm looking to experience that. So that's what, and I think there are many people who go on holiday with that view, but not everybody. There's the other kind of holiday goer. They go on holiday to get a tan. Am I right or not? Right. So there we are. So the ones who go to get a tan, actually, they don't care where they've gone. Pretty much, they just go there to get a tan, so that when they come back, they can show everybody their tan. Am I right or am I right? Okay, well, I couldn't put a platinum in. They wouldn't let me. But you're right. I think my game was too small, you see. You can't put a platinum on a little game like this. But you're right. You know, can you platinum kick off revival? I will have to look at it. Maybe they'll let us do it. But you're right. You're very right. Can you? Are you a good enough gamer? It's an interesting point. Maybe if we put a platinum in there, then people would have been going, there's a game I haven't platinumed. I mean, it's okay, you know, and then you can show off that you platinumed it. But my argument is, you know, if you get a platinum for actually applying yourself to a game versus getting a platinum for having done as you were told, it's kind of a bit of a difference, really. Platinum unlocks after you beat each of the 3 top players. Yeah. You know what? I'll see if we can get that. You've got a point. When we do Xbox, we'll be able to dictate what we do, or think what we do there. But I think the gold. But also the other thing is that those trophies are risky. They're expensive because of all the consequences of getting them wrong. So I don't know. I need to completely revamp the trophy system, frankly. Anyway, Raduga, it's uploaded if you want to grab that, and then we can try the latest version. Finally, it's actually taken nearly a year to be able to do this. Why is it taking this long? It's to get a member of the community able to test the game on you know, before it comes out on the actual hardware. Complete. But the funny thing is people buy KOR, people buy KOR and they play KOR, but they don't complete all of the... It's funny, actually. You just need to look, it's weird. You look at the trophy statistics. So, trophy statistics for Bridge Crew, Star Trek Bridge Crew, and you've got something as basic as, you know, having gone on a mission, and it's like 70%. So it's like, what's the other 30% then? These are people who, what did they do? They've never actually played the game. Is that it? I'm not really sure. It's like, they haven't actually played the game. Okay. Maybe there's a bunch of them, they play the game they just play the game and see what it is, and then they don't come back to it. I don't know. Anyway, I've got some ideas of certain things on this subject of extrinsic motivators, which they are important, but I think this should be driven primarily from intrinsic motivation, but whatever. Is how about a future version of the game we can have a team of champions. So I'm considering putting a special team. I don't know, because I haven't looked at the statistics, primarily because it's going to depress me when I look at statistics. I like to pretend as though everything is all right, you know. Whether it's all right or not, I like to pretend it's all right. These are not the statistics you're looking for. What was I saying? I don't know. I kind of lost track. Oh yeah, team of champions. So your statistics. Bye. So that's an in-joke, by the way. If you don't know. One day, the last troll that came here, the last troll message that came here was some guy when I was streaming during the day. And he said, "Your shit, bye, comma, bye." And I didn't understand what he meant, as in, you know, here I have your shit for you. I mean, seriously, Y-O-U-R, your. He was offering my own shit back to me. It was really strange, because I don't know where he got it from, really. That's a bit disturbing if I think about it. He used a comma, it's true. I mean, that's true. That showed some level, so it kind of gave it an authenticity, didn't it? Your shit, monsieur. I mean, you know, he didn't say that though, but he kind of implied. Bye. So that's become a bit of an in-joke. Raduga, your build. Bye. Your build. Hey, Copite! Welcome back. So, team of champions. We need a competition to find the 10... I don't know when this will happen. It will happen at some point. The 10 best kickoff revival players in the world. We need to have a competition to find the 10 best. We know 3 of them already, right? For sure. But the 10 best kickoff revival players in the world. and then I will put them in a special team. It'd be nice if I could do that with team attribute individual player attributes, but that's still a little way off. So if we run the competition, then the one in the first who gets in first place will get the first choice of which position to be in on the field. There you go, and so on, and then we make that and put it in. Yeah, we'll talk about how to do that, but hopefully, we will get. Maybe it will be after the summer break. I don't know, but that will be nice. I look forward to that. Raduga.
Hello, Reduga.
Did you manage to download, or are you able to download that? I don't know if you caught my message that it's ready. Check on the Discord. Oh, you have. He has the package. Excellent. Oh, and I nearly forgot. Your mission, should you choose to accept it. I want to watch the original Mission Impossible series again because I watched it as a kid. Maybe I can do that. One of the things I'll do over my summer holiday. That'd be quite nice. Watch all of The Prisoner again as well. I never watched the whole of The Prisoner anyway, so... what was I doing? This is what I'm doing. We have it from Monday night. Welcome to the new feature that we're going to do every week. Match of the week, 9 o'clock on a Monday. Match between... I don't know. Is that that? Something wasn't that? The Saints, yes, good. The Saints, all those lovely TV shows. Yes. Oh. I think I might do that on the summer break. Anyway, Don Rob and Raduga. There we go. They're top 3 players in the top 3 players of the world. And here we go. Let's start off this thing. Okay. The kickoff. Don Rob is playing blue. He's playing up the pitch. There we go. And yeah, he had a quick attack over there, but it's taken by the goalkeeper. Raduga tried to counter-attack, intercepted by Don Rob. He does what looked like a Don Lob, lovely slide tackle, one more slide tackle, etc. If you want to see the replay of that, or whatever, that was done on Monday night. That will be a weekly feature. Yeah, the kind of graphical style of the Saint was kind of, it was cool. There was lovely inventiveness back then, wasn't there? Which you don't really get these days in quite the same way. Oh, Randall and Hopkirk, yeah, that was pretty cool. Anything can happen in the next half hour. Oh, you got. Ooh, that's great. Oh, you're searching. Okay, you're searching. Okay, excellent. I didn't know. Okay, so let's see if this works. You're searching. So, are you able to go into practice mode, Raduga? So I think Raduga's going to go sort of like practice mode, or you can play against the CPU, whatever. And then I come along. See, role play. Here I go. Oh, I think I will go and do some net play. So find a match. Searching for players. Oh, okay. and I can go back, and while I'm in the menu, it's saying trying to join an existing. Oh, I got into practice mode. Wait, the match is about. Oh, so I was in the middle of using the menus, and that's an interesting point, because then it's kind of can kick you out of the menus when you're in the middle of doing something. And we are in I'm playing Reduga, so that worked. Oh, it feels smooth. Oh gosh, so smooth. That's no different from before. It's just that I've been working on the net plane under poor conditions on Steam, and it's been really not smooth at all. Oh, that's a beautiful goal. My radar is fine. Is there a problem with your radar? Are you... there is a possible problem that I should try to fix with the issue that some people's TVs crop the edge. Is that the issue with what you've got? You've won a cup with Albania, Proneo. Excellent. Okay, that means your TV... Oh, hello, XP. Welcome back. That means that your TV is cropping the edge of the screen. So that's another thing I would like to deal with. I should look into that. Okay, let's try some... Oh gosh, it feels so nice when it isn't dropping frames. I mean, yes, it's... Well, there are occasional frames. You don't really notice it if they're occasional. So this is looking fine. Oh. And boom. Boom. Slide. Whoa. No. Yeah. So I need to be able to shrink it. I've got to look into how to do that. So people can... some people have been asking for that for a while, you know. It's just like... Ooh, yes. I don't know, it feels... Maraduka, does it feel better than when we normally play? I don't know. Sure. Oh, I know why it... Oh, do I? I don't know. It feels really smooth. Is it my imagination? It's fun. Oh, look at that goal. Well, you can't see it, but it's like boom. That was a really nice one. You don't have the issue on release. Okay, I need to just deal with something. A sec. Okay, so what it could be is that it may be, Raduga, that the that's weird. It could be that the the radar is in a slightly different position, so you have some slight clipping of your screen on a compared to 1020, sorry, 1920, 1080. That's also a possibility, the settings, indeed. So that worked well. That's excellent. So that worked well. We've got things to test though over time. Hello. No, Lenny. I said hello, not oh no. Hello, new person. The Slayer Darth. How you doing? So. Yeah, you need to go full screen if you want to see it better, because it's I am broadcasting at HD resolution. But it's C#. Was there a Jeff Minter stream? I'd like to get Jeff Minter on here. Yeah, make sure you're full screen and make sure that you're on full HD broadcast. It should be. I'll check the settings. I can't check the settings, can I? Yeah. So when I've done that, it should be visible. Maybe I need to just make the text a little bit bigger if you want to see it sometimes. So where's the... Hang on, I'm trying to resize this flipping thing. There. It's a bit crude, but at least you can get a better view of this. Like that. Ah, okay, so that's fine. I still want to do that thing. Your settings are corrupt. Oh dear. Sometimes it happens to people. Mind you, I found that it seems to happen on other games as well. Alright, let's do some testing. If we do a proper match, and the tabs. Oh, yeah, the tabs. You're not going to see those. It's too small. Yeah. So, what? Yeah, if we play a net play match. Hey, thanks, XP. XP's talking about the
Hello, Retro Asylum. This is Dino.
That's this. He's talking. XP's talking about that. So I'm waiting for someone to join. Well, Waiting for Raduga. Going to get in practice mode. So one of the changes that I made, because I've got some gameplay changes, it's the slides. So I want to check that out and see if the changes I made to the slides are good or not. Okay, I'm practicing right now. So let's just keep it going and see what happens. What should happen is eventually we should find each other. They're not going to find each other, are they? At a certain point, it could be we're both waiting for an opponent to join. One of us, it should stop waiting. It's not behaving right. Okay, I think it's not true then. So I think we have some. This is why we've got to do the testing. I think you need to try finding match again. If you can select find match, perhaps it's not really finding the match and the message is erroneous. Could you try finding match? Slayer Darth. I make video games for a living, which until becoming a teacher, I was a teacher for 8 years, so apart from that I supported myself since my early 20s, making video games. I don't know if I'm famous. I don't feel famous. Famous people usually don't get a little bit of help. But yeah. My game is famous, at least. So I think that we can agree. The game is famous. Yeah, so that didn't work, did it? Okay, maybe it quit on my side, so I'm just going to get out of that and go back into play and check for net play. Yeah, it's allowing me to find match, so that's an issue. Raduga, I hate to impose, but would it be good? Would you be able to make a note of this? I have this thing about I don't mind taking notes, but I hate taking notes while strategizing on the testing part. It's like silver paper on fillings for me. So if you could keep a note of it. What we have here is that it seems like the search is timing out, but you don't realize it because the message is remaining, and so the symptom then is you can find a match. If I'm going to just try finding a match again. It's not letting me. That's interesting. I keep doing find match. Okay, now I'm thinking, what can I do about this? That's wrong. Right, next thing then. Right, okay, well we have to get into debugging mode. So what I'm going to do is try to make a debug build, and then I should be able to connect to your master build, debugging on my side. So I'm giving that a go. It's definitely there's something wrong there. And I need Florian to work on the Xbox version, so I'm going to have to debug this myself. Hey Stay, did you have a good match? Well, Slayer, I've been a geek all my life. I was messing around with soldering iron at the age of 5. And then I happened, my father was an engineer. Electrical engineer. Electronic engineer. I happened to be at that age where, you know, my interest was electronics, and then eventually along came the computer, and that happened at just the right time, as when I was 11, 12, and computers came into the home. So I'm one of the generation that came out of the ZX81, BBC Micro, Acorn Atom. I didn't have a ZX81. My route was actually Acorn System 1, then Acorn Atom, and then a BBC Micro. My parents bought me the computers, and it was a joy. I mean, I remember, I mean, it's a long time ago, but I remember programming the Acorn Atom. It was brilliant. Of course, I forget the frustrations as well. Sometimes it was very frustrating trying to figure out why your program wouldn't run, why it wouldn't work. And eventually you get there and figure it out. I mean, I didn't realize it, but it was the training for the rest of my life. And that's how it came to be. The first computer I ever programmed, though, was that Hewlett-Packard 9825. I went into my father's work, and he had one of those, and I programmed noughts and crosses on it. Well, great to have you back. You owned an... Was that the Acorn Electron? Yes. Okay. Oh, the Electron. That came later. I never had an Electron. The one before that was the Atom. Yeah, same here. I had a black and white. We found the black and white TV last summer in Italy. I also found a cassette tape. Last summer or the summer before, I can't remember when. Anyway, I found this cassette tape with my saved programs for my Acorn Atom. It was lying in the dirt. The Acorn Atom, no trace of it, but the cassette was there, and it's a backup of all the earliest programs I ever wrote. And I have managed to recover the data off it. Not all of the data yet, but it is recoverable. Okay, so unfortunately when I run the debug build. It doesn't work. That's now I have to figure out why. Alright, let's try a debug packaged build. Is it a package problem? The problem with those learn to code in 13 weeks thing is that you don't really learn very much compared to what I learned. Yeah, they have you work in very controlled environments. You can't really experiment. Yeah, it is the experimentation that is key. If you want to learn how to be as good a programmer as people like me are, my recommendation would be to get an old retro hardware and make games for it. Make a game for the BBC Micro. Make a game for the Acorn Atom. I tell you, you will learn a lot that way. Oh, thank you. I didn't see the message. Thanks. Thanks, Raduga. So, I have to see. I'm just downloading a debug package build. It's running the debug package build. Yeah, it doesn't work. This is disastrous. So I can make new builds, but I can't debug them currently. So for the moment, I've got to try and figure out a solution to this, Raduga. But one thing, if you wish to try it out, I have modified the way slides work. So I really would like some feedback on that. They're a little bit different. And I also implemented the little flick. When you grab the ball, you can flick the ball. Okay, excellent. Meanwhile, I've got to try and figure out how to fix the problem with debugging, which is really difficult. If you've got a debug build doesn't run, how do you debug when you can't make a debug build? Yes. Yeah, but you make a game, write your own engine. And it's not so bad if you, as long as you don't have the intention of writing a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. You know, if you keep it simple. The hardest to target development for is the one with the most fragile workflow and tools. Whichever one that is, it's all that. As you guys have seen in the last over a year of streaming, how much time I actually spend working on game. It's very, very little. You've seen me work on build servers, you've seen me work on netplay, you're seeing me right now about to embark on figuring out why the game doesn't run in debug. That's it. I think it would be, it depends what you want to do. If you want to code to make video games, your best bet, really, seriously, is to even, you know, target the simplest, write them in BASIC. First game, write it in BASIC. But unfortunately, there are all these tools, aren't there, like Game Maker and all the rest of it. And what they're always trying to do, this dream that people had, we're going to make, you'll be able to make video games without programming. Oh God, I've tried them, to be fair. It doesn't work at all because I find myself constrained by whatever it is, and in the end it becomes messy. So it's very difficult. Usually if these methods are very easy to create something small and simple, but as soon as it becomes complicated, it starts to become an absolute pain, and doesn't really do the business. In fact, that's why if you want to teach programming, a programming course for video games, the most important thing to teach is software architecture. He says bitterly. There's nothing more in this. How you structure and design your code is the most important thing, because without that, you're destined only to start projects and never actually successfully finish them. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. There is... I could leave it to you to figure out. You could try figuring out what I've done and then I tell you, or I can tell you. It's up to you. There is a change in the slide. And yes, you can actually reduce... because of what I've done, it is possible to deliberately shorten the length of the slide without reducing the stick throw. I can talk more about that. The other one is the flick. When you have the ball, when the ball is stuck to you, if you tap the button while the ball is stuck to you, because you managed to do a slide that controls the ball, when you tap it, it does the little flick in the direction of the stick. Okay, how am I going to... I need to look at the console output. Yeah, there's a problem that it's tried to allocate too much memory. Out of memory, could not get memory for large allocation. And I had this the other day. The problem is... it's trying to allocate 3 gigs of memory. Okay, I get some stuff executing here. Matchmaking. Base running, waiting for startup. in the matchmaking update. Then there's a bunch of other stuff. And it doesn't tell me where. Ah, this is a pain. It is Windows 7, but I reverted the look, and I like it. I prefer the retro look. It's cleaner, it's clearer, and it's less wasting less CPU. Yeah, exactly. Make a game on Arduino. Oh, it's such fun. Connect a 8x8 multicolor display on them. Invent a game. Okay, well, what's the allocation? You know? Okay. I have something of a plan, maybe. Let me try making a. So I'm going to build settings here. Can I just turn off all these? So there's just a splash screen. And then I'll just load the splash screen, because it doesn't even get to the splash screen. Hey Copite, you programmed in Pascal and COBOL. Yeah, but it's always like that, Copite. It's the most important thing is the structure of your code, and that's where I think they go wrong with the education these days. Is they teach people programming backwards. They start with this is how you do something, but they don't start with the why. They don't start with the structure. Admittedly, if you're teaching yourself, you're always focusing on what. The process of learning by yourself is that you set yourself some kind of task, and then you stumble around and figure out how to do it. Then you want to modify it, and then you find the way you structured your code makes modifying it a pain. And you try, and then it becomes more of a tangle, and then you go, I have to rewrite it again from scratch. And then you learn the lesson, which is there's a better way to structure your code. It's a fantastic way of learning, but it's very slow. There was one colleague I had, I was really annoyed about him because we were talking about, the teaching philosophy and all the rest of it. And he was advocating project-based learning. And he said, well, how did you learn AI? I was like, what the frack? I'm a fracking pioneer. You can't compare it. I had to teach myself. There was no education. So how did I learn it? It took me to be able to do the AI of just the code in Kickoff. Took something like 8 years of hard training, where I taught myself in my spare time on all these computers that I got, programming in BASIC, and then learning an assembler and so on, and learning the lessons that I was just saying over and over again. Sure, you can do it that way. It's going to take you fracking 8 years, though. So, maybe there's actually some value in giving a bit of direction with traditional course material, where the stuff that you get the students to pay attention to is the stuff that they will eventually need. There's non-negotiable. You need to know. That's what I used to teach. I used to teach the stuff you need to know. Whether you think you need to know it or you don't think you need to know it, eventually you need to know it. So you might as well learn it now. And then, once you've got that, then you'll be in a strong position to go and do your experimenting and all the rest of it, you know. And but everywhere, education's everywhere. They just, that rigor is, and it was what was tough, because the students never got taught that rigor at their previous education at their schools. No rigorous thinking. It was all like, oh, well, you need this. Well, Google, here's a bit of code. We tried that, and this doesn't work very well. Why? You know, it's like, hey, Copite, good night, mate. You know, the sad thing is that a lot of kids learning to program nowadays are getting into this mentality of just relying on others for help and not experimenting enough. Exactly. We have a lot of apprentice web developers coming through our company, and they don't try to figure out anything for themselves. Yeah, I know. And students were the same. They just want me to tell them how to do it. It's like, no, you need to learn how to think. If I just tell you how to do it, you won't learn to think. It's quite sad. So, do you know how you're doing the short slides? Oh, you can do that in the release. Absolutely. The length of the slide, even with KOR as it is now, the length of the slide is entirely determined by how fast you're running. So you can do slow slide, you can do short slides if you want. Nobody ever does them though. But there is a secondary way in this build of getting a short slide. Oh my God, you're kidding me. Are you serious, Slayer? Honestly, if I was in an organisation like that and I had a dev come to me asking about an error that they could have just Googled, I'd make damn sure they won't make the same mistake again, because that's just plain fracking stupid. That's ridiculous. But it reminds me a little bit of some students. Yeah, they would say, I'm not sure what to do here. And I'm saying, okay, so what's the problem then? Well, I get this error message and I don't know what it means. Okay, so can I just take over? Okay, right, so I open up Google and I take the error message and I paste it in Google. Up pops a page. I say, there you go, have a read. That is it in a nutshell. The problem with people not having initiative and not taking initiative to the extent they won't even use the tools that they've been given. It's crazy. Hey, good night, Stay Frosty. Thanks for tuning in. Sounds like you had some fun. I'm glad. Yeah, and I'm sure that they're quite happy to talk to you about that kind of thing. So, it's good. Yeah. Anyway, meanwhile, I have this problem that I'm not been procrastinating. I'm not procrastinating. I'm trying to figure it out. How can I debug this? And I had a plan, and the plan was make a build that just is the splash screen, but then this will cause an error here, So what I can do then, splash screen, loader, async. Oh, it's doing an asynchronous node. So then I'm going to hack the code so that it doesn't crash. I can't do that. I need to. This is a yield break. Well, keep at it. We could do. We can do with more players. So please stick with it. And if you want to help me in my journey towards player manager, which is what I'm trying to achieve here, because I've got big plans. Great way to support it is support the community by playing the game. Really. So I appreciate you coming and thanks. I'm always happy to give tips. I'll be playing tomorrow, by the way. No, sorry, Friday. For the T-shirt competition. People will beat the person who beats me by the greatest margin wins a T-shirt. Now I have to do here a wet T-shirt competition. How about it's a T-shirt you can wet yourself? We'll send it to you dry. Okay, Postino, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, goal of the month tomorrow. Take care. Okay, so this is running without any problem. Let's try making a build type hosted development build script debugging. Let's build it. Yeah, that could be done. Your signed item. Bye. Postino's the favourite for the next T-shirt. How play Postino theme. It crashed. If I disable everything and I try playing. Hey, Don Rob. Hey, good night, Mad Dog. Hey, Don Rob, you just missed Dino. Let's try making a build. Okay, so discussion about the slide. Here's how it works. You can slide just the same as before, and the AI assistance is there, but it is a little bit more strict, let's say. Limit of 45 degrees at all times, so you have to get it into the right direction. But if you're within that limit, the AI assistance takes over, but this is crucial. It looks at the direction of the stick, and the more accurate you are in your choice of direction, the more you agree with the AI on the intercept direction, the closer you get to normal speed, which means that if you aim it badly, your slide will be shorter. And that's basically it. And you could deliberately use that as a way of doing a shorter slide. You deliberately point a little bit away from the best direction, and you'll get a shorter slide. The danger with the shorter slide is that it might not make contact with the ball, because depending on the situation, because the slide direction is chosen with the velocity in mind. So that's the change. And then the other change is the little flick. So when you grab the ball, when you control the ball in the slide, you can give it a little flick. I did for 8 years. And then I had the opportunity to work on this game and get back into the industry, and so that's what I'm doing now. Show us. What would you like me to show you? I can't show you anything at the moment because it's broken. Oh, maybe I can. No, I can't. That won't work either. If I get the master build, I can show you. On the low resolution image there. Show the flick. Okay. I'll try. So I've got 8 years of teaching experience. Full time. I wouldn't mind doing it again, but it would need to be with students who want to learn. It saps you when you're trying to teach students who don't want to learn, but just want to sort of get through it. It'd be rather like if you were a physical education teacher and you've got students who just want to reach the end of the course instead of wanting to build their skills and physical attributes. That's how it felt to me anyway. A lot of the time it's like they just want to, it's the same story as with the games, isn't it? It's like they just want to have, they want cow clicker education. Okay, flick. So if I don't know if you can see it there, but if I have a player running towards the ball, right, if I play a slide towards the ball, and then if I touch the ball at a slow enough speed, The ball will stick to me. I will control it. But in that state, you can tap the button and then it will flick. So I'll try and do that. Ah! Speed, I hit the ball too fast. Like this. Ah, I think that was... Nope. I'll demonstrate, because the point is you have to actually catch the ball properly to be able to do the flick. I'm not really doing that right now. Here we go. Nope, that isn't the one. I can't do it now. Hang on, let's just... Nope. So I go over here, boom. No, actually that was one, and that's a bug. I suppose I pressed the button. I did the flick, you could see it flick off, and that it shouldn't do that in that situation, because that was actually applying the brake, so I think I need to make a little adjustment. Maybe I can get a clearer version of the thing now. Let's see. Nope. I was doing it earlier, that a problem now. I got someone's looking at me. Oh, that's not working right. Damn. It's definitely flicking it, but it's becoming more like almost a shot from the slide, which was not the intention. No, I'm having trouble showing it. No, you have to see if I can. No, that didn't work. I can't do it anymore. No, I can't even catch the ball properly anymore. Let's see. Yeah, they did it, but that was because... Alright, maybe I need to... Oh, damn! No. There. I did it. That was a flick forward. No. Get the flip. No, it wasn't. You've got to... Okay, here we go. There. That was a flick forward. I'm trying to do a flick to the side. No. There. There's a little flick diagonally. I think it's easier to do it if you're sliding towards a ball that's moving away from you, which is often what you're doing. So, here we go. No, that didn't work. There. So I'm with the ball, and then I can flick. There's flicking it forward again. Might be a little powerful. The key point with the move, it was suggested, was that, you know, when you grab hold of the ball, sometimes you're in a critical situation, like it's about to go over the line or whatever. There's a period of time where you're stuck with the ball and there's nothing you can do. Well, if you tap the button, you can then give it a little flick, like that. And you should be able to flick it even at 90 degrees, but I haven't got this there. There, I actually flicked it onto another player. Yeah, I'm showing it now, that's it. Huh? It's like... Yeah, there's a little diagonal flick. That one, it was too late. Nope. Yeah, that looked quite nice. A little flick. So I think it needs to be tweaked as an idea. But also it needs to be that it has to be a tap. So probably it should do it when the button is released on a tap, so that it doesn't flick when you're trying to brake. I don't know. It works best when you're, at the moment, it works best when you are not using the brake to trap the ball. like that. So it needs some work. So one thing that would be good is if you get a feel for it, and then I can make some adjustments for what I see, and then you can give me feedback on the next version. Pass straight onto the wing. Yes, that makes sense. Oh. Well, when I started teaching, it was my experience was enough. And I did have to take a course, a didactics course, but the Netherlands was fairly liberal with that. And then they've tightened up since. In general, in most countries, it seems that you could be a real expert, but it's even if you're a real expert, then you're not trusted with the sacred task of teaching. I can tell you there isn't anything sacred about it. After having witnessed what goes on, the shenanigans that go on. I'm also doing a master at the moment, although I'm putting that on hold. What a joke. Very disappointed. So in the end, there seems to be this thing of there's a distrust in academia of industry, and it's like trying to maintain barriers. So unfortunately, if I want to teach again, I'd need to probably get a master, despite all my experience. But some places, they'll do things like, yeah, it's not a problem, but you'll need to sort of do a master as you go, Yeah, I can believe that. Because even if you know English, you still need to have training as a teacher. In order to teach English, it's a different thing. Okay, so I have to get back to figuring out why this thing doesn't work. Something is being... Yeah, even when I turned off everything, so it's not even anything to do with the scene. Have I got a blank scene? I think I actually have a blank scene. Here's a blank scene. There we are. Let's build a blank scene. Agreed. But I don't know how. Okay, how about it flicks on release of the button? That actually makes sense, because it's a bit like the trap. If you control, you can control without using the button if you get at the right speed, and you can slow your slide down and then release the button, so you can control the speed you're braking and then reach the ball So you're still under full control. But if you reach the ball and the button is down, then it's like a control. And the rule is, if you let go of the button when controlling the ball, it will flick it. So it will be, in this case, it will do the same thing. It will do a flick, and I set the parameters the same as the flick, and it should be perfect. How's that? I think that makes sense. I quite like the idea of being able to flick it backwards, though, to try and keep it in. So I don't think it matters about the direction. If you want to let go of the button and not flick, you need to center the stick, which is the same control system. I think that makes sense. Okay, so now I'm building the project with an empty scene in debug, and it fails to run. So that's an empty scene. Very good, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. That's the way to do it. And then the other thing with the slide is just this business of, you know, aligning your direction of your slide. The crucial thing here is, do you feel the new system, which actually does make sliding a little more difficult? But I think there's been a bit of an indication that we should do that. This is a huge problem on another topic. What if there's nothing in the scene, then it must be an allocation on some kind of static initializer. Well, there is a thing that they say that every game is rock, paper, scissors. In fact, every game is cow clicker. No. You see, the weird thing is that if I'm not including any objects, then what's allocating? Oh dear God. Okay, this is crazy. I've never seen this one before. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try something, because when real weirdness arrives, there is a ritual what one should do. It is, here it comes, it's the close Unity, delete library folder, restart Unity. Yes, it's a kind of variation of turn it off and on again. So Slayer Darth is asking, when you were teaching game dev, what were the main points you tried to hammer down? I'm coming at this from a programmer's perspective, but I don't really have much experience with game dev, but I'm sure a lot of principles are the same. Okay, well, I had some freedom to influence the curriculum, and I taught the things that nobody else wanted to teach, which suited me fine, because I was teaching the stuff that was really important. The popular courses, well, there was a colleague I had who was also teaching, but it was very, very important, but I'm being a bit tongue-in-cheek, but there is this sexy stuff and the not sexy stuff. I would teach the non-sexy stuff. So here's some things that you need to know if you want to be a programmer for video games. You absolutely need to know your linear algebra. You absolutely need to know your linear algebra. You need to know also trigonometry. These basic things you cannot get by without. So yeah, there was that. Then so the first block I would teach them, I gave them a linear algebra course, and later in the year I would give them a calculus course, absolutely non-negotiable. Hey AB, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. So I would teach calculus. Now, I can bet you that since my departure, there is probably absolutely no calculus being taught anymore, and that would be a great shame if that is true, because calculus is critical. As a video game developer, you are always dealing with changes over time. The reality of video game development is always about changes over time, and it's always about building integrators in one way or another. So calculus, movement, it ties into physics. Just know physics of a ball or whatever it is. These things were really critical, so I taught that. Again, not popular. I didn't make life easy for myself by teaching something like shader programming. Oh, yeah, here's shader programming. Whee! You can do this and take this bit of code from over there. You can you can do all of it. Yeah, have fun, shader programming. And then if you try and do shader programming without knowing your linear algebra, you're not really learning shader programming. But anyway, that's it. Try to bypass the maths. Exactly. So those two are very important. I also taught a course called Software Architecture and Design, and this was trying to hammer home the point that if you want to, as a programmer, you're actually really a designer. I was trying very hard to get them away from the mindset of looking at their code as, this is a for loop, this is a linked list, this is a, but looking at it in terms of, this is a complex piece of software that we have to maintain, and we need to have a strategy for maintaining it. And so I used all of my experience on that issue and brought that to the front and tried to get them to think. More important than whether they remembered what I was teaching them, it was more a case of getting into that way of thinking about software, where you're thinking about flexibility, you're thinking about architecture, you're thinking about the forces that are involved, you're thinking about risk. I gave them tools to use for managing risk and so on, and so this whole, and it's just paying on my philosophy for stuff. So anyway, I did that, and then in the second year I taught physics. So it was a physics for games. It was and there we're building up in layers different things, slowly building up different things to get them to the point where they could understand the basics of rigid body mechanics, which is actually quite a challenge. But it exercises so many good things. It exercises your visualization, your understanding what an axis of rotation is, impulses, torque. Once you've gone through that course, then you should have a kind of understanding. When somebody says what torque is, and you know what the angular equivalent of mass is, which is the moment of inertia, and so I did all of that. The other courses I taught then was something I called Tools and Techniques, which was like a kind of a bag of different things. It's more advanced software architecture, but also building tools, and I teach them my property tree system, which is something I actually have used to make the new UI system that we want to put into the game. It's a thing I've been using for 20 years. I've made many times. I've made it again now in C# for the second time because the first time was a bit ropey. And then AI, where I taught them the proc system. So it started off with sort of like the fundamentals, and then it's sort of building up on them. I was quite proud of the structure of all of that. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. What really annoys me is I kept on having to argue the case for it, which was kind of crazy. I looked at it as pillars of understanding, is what I would call it. I would try to give them a structure that would allow them to continue their learning. But yeah, problem is I was teaching at a school where that kind of approach, it sort of mirrors the gameplay versus production value thing that we were talking about earlier, in a funny kind of way. Yeah, but I would argue that you shouldn't brush up. It's not a case of brushing up, it's a case of diving in. If you want a project that would really help you, it's to build your own engine, software rasterizer engine, so that instead of relying on the API for OpenGL, you actually just take a texture and you write a very simple renderer that can render polygons and make that code up yourself from scratch with all of the mathematics involved. It doesn't need to be fast. We just need to, do it. And actually, that one colleague that I had, in fact, his expertise was software ray tracing and whatever, that kind of line of things. He would get them to write. He would get the students to write one. It's actually not that difficult. What's difficult is the understanding of the fact it requires all this sort of mathematics to back up what you do. You learn. If that's the mission, do it that way. Dive in. It will force you. Write your own shaders. Shader programming. Fantastic exercise for training your understanding of linear algebra, dot products and cross products and whatever. It depends what you want to do. I would actually argue that it's a good idea to separate the making of games from the practice of the principles, because if you try and do both at the same time, it's horrible. And so you make your own software rasterizer, for example, but not because you're going to use it in a game. It's an exercise to train yourself. Yeah, So, where am I at? I have re-imported everything, and now I'm going to go back to build, and I'm going to make a new build. It's a new empty build. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Slayer. I'm hearing you on that one. The IDEs are terrible. They don't help. You know why I say that? Because if you watch the amount of time when I'm coding that I'm relying, they can't feel to... Yeah, okay, do they feel better? Do you prefer it? One of the things that's different is that you won't be able to get... The player is facing this way and does a 90-degree turn and slide instantaneously. That won't happen anymore. So the problem with the over-reliance on IDEs is that you actually spend a lot of your time programming not actually typing in stuff. I don't even notice, but it's like it's not the bottleneck. What is the bottleneck? The bottleneck is what's in your head. Now, I've been thinking about this a lot because when I was programming in assembler, I seemed to be more productive, and I didn't have any autocomplete. Well, that's not true. I was using Emacs, and it kind of had a sort of autocomplete that you could save on type. You start typing something and it would complete, but that's different to what we've got now, which you can actually press it and you get a list of everything. And I don't know. I'm not sure. What I think that happens at some point, though, is that you've the memory of what you're doing. I mean, isn't it? If the IDE is doing everything for you, does that mean that you don't get your brain to do anything for you? And if you don't get the brain to do anything for you, then maybe it's not able to work with it. It's like you push the code around with a long stick instead of diving in. I'm not sure. So you preferred it. So in theory, Raduga, they are less powerful. Or you have to be more precise. We'll have to see in a multiplayer match how it affects things. So maybe we need to have a match at some point. I think one of the things... Okay, well that's good. You have to think more before sliding. What there is it's the disease. Modern disease is convenience. We race towards convenience until there's nothing left of the soul of anything. It's made a Windows build. No wonder that was... Actually, I wonder whether it's a problem with the Windows build. That's worth a check. I've got Visual Studio 2017 or whatever, and it's got this automatic, this quick info thing. I did a, oh, you know, you've seen it, XP. Oh my god. And even now, sometimes I'm working on a thing and it's slow. Visual Studio slow. It's like I'm faster than Visual Studio. Oh, come on. What are you doing? Cancel. Let's build. So we get convenience. It's like students at maths, when it came to maths exams, and they'd ask me, will you allow us to use calculators? My heart would sink. Calculators are very convenient. So's a Segway. But if you're using a Segway when you're supposed to be jogging, I mean, it doesn't crash when I run a Windows build in debug. Fascinating. That was funny. You said good game, Tehu. I thought you were saying good night, Tehu. And I said, did Tehu say good night? Yeah, looking. Here's for. Let's try making a. Look, I need you to switch to PS4. Damn it. Oh no, not this problem again. So bored of it. No, same old problem. Let's try this again. Yeah, okay. Flipping heck. And that's what's happened with education as well. It's become focused on convenience until in the end it's what's the most convenient thing to do is lower the bar. Let's put the bars all on the floor and we can have the students just walk across them and go through the gate at the end and give them their certificate. It's so convenient that way. That's the danger when PS4 build. I can't get on with Vim at all, or with VI. Because oh dear, I did the wrong thing. I can't get on with it at all because it's modal. I'm an Emacs guy myself. Let combat begin. Oh, come on. Debug, SCE. Let's try building now. I'm not getting much further trying to figure out why this is it. This is what I spend my life doing. Figuring out why debug build doesn't run. If I'm lucky, the re-import, which, by the way, took like 10 minutes, will have fixed it, but I don't know. Oh dear, let me play a little more. So, okay, well we can play. Actually, Raduga, would you like to have our? Because we are actually able to play games, and I'm waiting for it to make a build here. We can have a go and a match and see how we get on with the new slides, if you like. Did it make the build then? I don't know. Oh, we have something. I'll do that then after. Oh, a match is about to begin. Yay. I'm playing Raduga now. I'm going to see how it goes with the slides. I felt the difference with that one. Oh. Ah. Oh, he did the little flick there. No. Oh. Oh. Have I got the sound? Oh, there's the sound. Right. Oh, managed to head it out. Oop. The game does feel different, doesn't it? It's actually because it's slightly changed. Small change. I'm never sure how changes interact with each other. Or maybe it's that I'm getting better. Oh, right. Oh. Oh. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Maybe that training I did earlier was... It feels good. Not, there's very few changes. It's just, I think... You know, I think that just your little work on practicing the new slides has changed your style of play because the way you're thinking about it, and it feels a little less kind of chaotic. You've got these panicky tackles. Oh man, that would have been a good goal. Oh. Oh, oh. Still 0-0. Oh. Oh. I've been practicing gentle lobs. That's what I practiced gentle lobs today. And I've started using them in the game. That's cool. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! How did... Oh. That was quite exciting match. Quite exciting half. Oh, somebody sent me some money. That was nice. They sent me a little gift. That's kind. I think that might have been Mad Dog. That's exactly it. But actually, you know, I think that that actually benefits you, though, in a way. Because that last-ditch thing, if we get rid of that, if you get rid of that in your play, you actually will end up defending better. So it could be that it's a thing that, by removing that, it encourages better play that in the long run makes it work better. It's exactly what I was trying to do. Is to get rid of that. There's a thing that happens where when it gets really frantic, you end up with I don't like that. I'm trying to tame it a little. In theory, you can still do it, but you'd have to really mean it. Yeah, this is the game I'm playing right now with Raduga. Oh, we're testing a new build, but it's not released. So Raduga has... we've managed to get Raduga a test kit, so he's able to play with me. Which is fantastic, because this is real bottleneck for us, is just being able to get the... The other thing is that if you do... If you do that frantic tapping and you're doing the slide, the probability is that you're not going to slide very far, because you're not going to have the accuracy. The result, this means that your players are no longer they've no longer slid away, which is a common problem. Oh, come on. So in actual fact, the change actually might help to tighten the defence in the face of that kind of franticness. So I'm actually quite surprised about how different the game is feeling overall, just with that. You can never predict it. Well, we're still 0-0 here somehow. Uh-oh. How has it stayed out? Oh, no, not again. Oh, that was a nice slide. Oh, yes. And, whoa, no. So, oh, I've got a tip for you guys. I have a new... Oh. No, I didn't. I haven't continued my podcasting, I'm afraid. I keep meaning to go back to it. I'll probably do some over the summer break. Okay, I've got a nice little training exercise, which I think will help everybody's game. Just the thought of it. Oh dear. Oh, I don't know how that stayed out. Come on, is it going to be 0-0? My good word. Oh. I'll give you the tip in a minute. I've just got to finish this match. Oh! Oh, frack. He got me in the end. Nice. Yeah, you'll like this. It's not a tip that... actually, maybe I could even put a training mode in it for it. I don't know. I just had a thought. Oh. Yeah, full time. Good game.
Thank you for a very enjoyable game.
So, yeah, here's the tip. I'm going to do it with practice mode, I think. So, one of the things that you've got with this game that, and it is a deliberate thing, I want to try and get people to use the stick on the controller properly, as in not just you push it all the way, so it's either centered or all the way, right? So here's the exercise. Play the game. Deliberately do not push to the end. You can feel when you push the stick that it reaches the end stop. So as an exercise, say you're going to practice, but you think about the stick, which is what I'm doing right now. Think about the stick, and I'm making it a rule. I am not going to push it all the way. I'm going to keep it loose. Don't push it all the way. I don't know why I never thought of this before. It's just a personal little exercise here. This is what I'm doing now. I'm saying, oh, now I pushed it all the way. No. Now, when you do that, suddenly you get full control. You get more control that way. Because when you push, here's the problem. We all tend to do it, I'm sure. You push the stick all the way, and it goes bang right at the end, and you keep pushing, and your hand tenses up, and it's actually not good for your hands. And but the other thing is you're expending energy. The other thing is as well that when you want to pull back, it's harder because you have to relax the muscle that you're banging the stick all the way into it. You have to relax those muscles to allow you to pull it back. So you actually have to do two kind of operations. You have to stop pushing and you have to pull, because all of our muscles in our body, they're opposing muscles. So if you do, so if I'm pushing hard this way and I want to move back, I actually have to do more work. I have to simultaneously relax one of the muscles while pulling on the other. But if you hold the stick so that it is just pushing against the spring and it's held in balance like that, then to let the thing come back, all I have to do is pull one muscle. And my argument here is that by doing that, you've got more control. It's better all round. It's faster, less strain on your thumb. But the other beautiful thing is that it trains you to do allows you to do subtle little adjustments in speed. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. So, see how this goes. I am saying I don't want to push all the way. Now, funny thing is, this does give me an idea. I could provide an option where you can reach maximum speed without pushing the stick all the way. This could be worth investigating. But anyway, right now, that's what I'm doing. We've got a pass here, and I'm thinking about how I'm pushing the stick and avoiding pushing all the way. When I'm dribbling, it's deliberately going at... It's not even that you would be going at less than maximum speed. It's like, don't push any harder. Don't rely on the tactile feedback of... Oh God, look at that. I'm going to try it with just dribbling. If I reach the end stop, don't push any further. And just by doing that, I'm finding that now, this is amazing. I'm actually finding that I'm developing an immediate sensitivity I didn't have before because I was stuck. The other advantage is when you push all the way to the end, so it hits against the end stop, it makes turning more difficult. Yes, Raduga, that I agree. I saw you do that once. That's that flip, but the change that we just talked about will fix that problem. So I think I've got this new idea for practice, which is practice without pushing the stick all the way. Now, I wonder if I could make a thing where there'd be a practice mode where if you push all the way, it beeps at you. So of course now, and the other advantage with that then is you can do that. It helps with the gentle lobs like this. Like this. There we go. Oh, that was a nice one. I like this. I think when practicing, I'm going to make this a rule. Don't push it all the way. Or even there, look, see? Because we tend to panic. It's like, oh, I've got to get there as quickly as possible. Well, maybe actually part of the skill is to just, you don't need to go any faster than you need. Comes. That was a slow collector. That here's what. Kick the ball over here. When it goes, he runs, and just off. Oh yes, that feels so nice. Aha. Hey Wicker Man, have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. How to play Wicker Man theme. It probably is just before you reach. Yeah, I agree. It is just before. So in fact, but it was deliberate because I put a little bit of a margin there because there may be differences in different sticks. Ah, I'm running the VPN at the moment, aren't I? I didn't know. I think it is. It's got to be running. You had to use the VPN. I didn't know I was running the VPN. I didn't think the VPN was running. I guess the VPN is running then. Okay, that's good. It didn't seem to have any trouble running over the VPN. Okay, very good. So, thank you for that, Radiga. I'm going to try running now the PS4 build with the blank scene. That worked with the blank scene. Isn't that interesting? I think I might be misleading. It's clear all, and I try rerunning it again. Little V. That was a very nice shot. Very precise. That was lovely. You could feel the difference from an offline game. How so? Hey Sputnik, welcome back. So, what did you notice the big difference between? Oh, if you were playing Germany before, yeah, Germany's a lot faster team, and the speed is equivalent of Italy. I was playing it, seemed perfectly fine. It was hardly dropping any frames. I mean, yeah. And the way it is right now is if you're dropping frames, I'm dropping frames. So the idea is increase the dead zone. There is no dead zone. I don't use a dead zone. Well, it's kind of a dynamic zone. It has dynamic dead zone technology. I developed a dynamic dead zone so that I hate dead zones. The problem with the dead zone is that when you're inside the dead zone, you get no feedback on where your stick is. It's the same issue as when you push all the way on the stick, you get no feedback on. Well, I guess you actually do get a kind of physical feedback, don't you? But anyway, but I think what you mean is, you see, the problem with dead, I could have an option to change the control curve. it's possible I could offer different control curves. It would make it more of a step, so that it's possible actually, because I use normalized tunable sigmoid function chain to interpret the input from the stick. So it goes on a kind of sort of sigmoid curve, and that is a tunable parameter that will change the way it feels. If it's not such a bad idea though, is change the way the curve works so that the middle part is gentler, but because you want to have the full speed, you need to sort of get it to go up to the full speed at the end. I don't think that would be a problem. That could be offered as an option if we have the menu facilities. That's the thing that holds us back. Okay, I need to put my eye stuff in. Yeah, I'm definitely going to give that a go. I think that would be a good idea. So actually, that's a really good suggestion, Sputnik. I've forgotten about that idea. Let me clear all. Yeah, it's fine. So maybe. All right, let's try. Making a build. Ha 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 ha. Mexico Man, that's a new one. Oh, it'd be really annoying if it's what I needed as a re-import. Still waiting for a build. Did it build? Did it build and run it? Bet you it doesn't work, right? Start it up and it crashes, yeah. Okay, so the weird thing is... Let's load the splash screen. That's interesting. That didn't work before. Works now. Maybe multiple. Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, what are we going to do? The splash screen worked, so I don't know why when I tried the splash screen thing before. Strange. Oh! Look at this, it's because it's a development build. I didn't select development build. It's beginning to... Maybe it's an SDK problem. That crashed. Hey, the difference is I literally turn on debugging. It crashes. What the hell? The only thing I'm thinking then is a variation of the theme here, because it's the same version of Unity we've been using since forever, is that I have something wrong with the SDK. What was the password I used? Oh, well, I hate it when I do that. Ah, got it. Where's the SDK? Why the hell is it doing that? Let's try making the build with nothing but the empty scene, blank scene. It's all part of the 80% of the time that I spend messing with Unity instead of getting on with what I need to do. Okay. I don't know how this can be. Oh, this is terrible. I have an empty scene. You know what? I think it's time to disable all the code as well. Then the next step after this is a reinstall of Unity. I've never seen anything like it. It's like, here's another curveball for you. Right, let's remove the code folder. It's done. Let's remove. We'll keep the editor folder in, and then the standard assets. Just do standard assets. Prop behavior couldn't be found in what? Assets touch input? Alright. Assets touch input. Let's remove that. And what else have we got? In editor. Sure, let's just remove it all. Editor. Let's dot that one so it goes away. What have you got now? Yeah. Assets editor. Just removed it. No, that's going to cause a crash. The Unity maybe. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, Unity crash time. Unity crash time. Unity crash time. Unity crash time. What's this one? Custom editor. Sure, let's disable the custom folder. What else? Oh, there's no... Right. And now I'm free of all code everywhere. We'll just do a build. And let's start off. Let's not get too ambitious. Let's start off with a PC hosted build of a blank scene. Okay, good night, Don Rob. Take care. Thanks for tuning in, stopping by. So what was I doing next? I was kind of losing track here because this is really not my favourite thing. I made a build. Does it run? That run. This build ran. Okay. But I didn't have any debugging. So blank scene, I removed all of the code. All the code has gone. It ran. Now what I'm going to do is say it's a development build, enable script debugging. That's it. And build. And select folder. Okay, so did it make a new one? It made a new build. Let's try running it. It crashed. And it's a blank project. No? Okay. What the hell can I mean, dear God, and this is an old version of Unity. Do you see that? At this point, you know, I'm going all the way. That's the way they go every day, and I'll be in trouble if I continue to sing your song. I mean, let's create a new project. I'm creating a blank project, everybody. Here we are. This is the version of Unity. This is the one. It's a blank project. I've started a completely blank project. Let's try and see if this one works. We try. I'm going to build. There's no scene. Let's add the open scene. There is no open scene. I need to create a scene. Let's create the scene. Scene is created. I've added it to the scene. Okay. I'm setting PS4. And I host it. Going to make a build. Click build. Okay, on here. And let's just, for tradition's sake, put a builds folder in. And I'm going to click in the builds folder. And I'm going to continue in this stupid voice because. And, oh, path does not exist. Oh, right. Oh yeah, let's just. Okay, yes, because I'm going into Crazyville now. Let's select folder. It's making a null build. This is a build with nothing in it. That's what I'm reduced to. it's being made. And like a good little game developer, I double-click the batch file. It has not crashed. If EA could get away with selling this as a game, they would. Okay, so then let's... I mean, how else can I figure out this? Let's try it. Development build, script debugging. Select folder. It's making a build. This time it's a debug build. That's because I feel like a child again. I remember play school. Actually, Brian Kant. Everyone grew up my age. We all grew up with Brian Kant on play school. It was like an institution. He passed away recently in his 80s. Story time. Once upon a time, there was a game developer. The end. It crashed. What is the secret ingredient? Nothing. I mean, you're a game developer by it. What is going on is you're witnessing one of those scenarios. It begins with a game that works on the console when you build it, and then there's something you want to debug. So you say, hey Raduga, I'll make a debug build. And the point of making the debug build is that then I am able to debug it. So I go with my toolchain and make a debug build, and it crashes immediately. And I look in the logs and I see that it's trying to allocate a huge amount of memory and failing. Okay. So of course then immediately I think, it's something wrong with my game. And there begins a little journey. The journey where you start tearing stuff out. Let's put a simple scene in, still crashes. Let's disable the code, crashes. Let's just remove all the code, it crashes. But only when it's a debug build. When it's not a debug build, then I don't say I want to debug it, it works fine. And it carries on all that way until you reach the singularity, which I have now reached. The singularity where, yes, you do what you should have done at the beginning, except you had no reason to know that it was the thing that you should have done right at the beginning, which was to open an entirely new project, an empty project, a virgin project, a project that has yet to actually have any identity, a project the beginnings of which could turn into any of 1 billion video games. Yes, it's empty, and you do the same test, and it crashes. At which point you go, what the frack am I supposed to do now? That's where I am now. I'm in the singularity of what the frack am I supposed to do now? And wouldn't it be really great if I could spend my time actually coding a video game? Because that's why I'm here. A good programmer is clearly defined about how quickly they figure out why the game crashes when there is no game. Do you understand how crazy that is? The game crashes and there really isn't even a game yet. But only in debug mode. It's cute. It's cuddly. It's going to tear your head off. Yes. Maybe the heat got to me here. That's I'm a very poor programmer because I keep on fighting to the end. I am a coder. I am a coder. Oh, it's a scary show now because the question I have for you is this. If this could happen with a video game, what's to stop it happening with your life? And if you want to be even more scared, how do you know it didn't already happen? That's good. That's good chin stroking. I have one thing. I'm just at right now. I am in that mode. The right thing to do is to just go with it, and you say, hey, this is going to be one hell of a crazy ride. And then you just connect the dots and you say, the problem is not the game. The problem is debug mode, weirdness. It's a version of Unity we've been using for a long time. Got to remove... Right, so we can say it's not Unity. It's not a bug in Unity per se. So what does it have to be? It must be something to do with the console. And you say it must be something to do with the console. What's the clue? The clue is memory. Oh look, there's in debug settings a memory option. I've never used it, but I'm going to go there. Memory budget.
Thank you for a very enjoyable game.
Yes, thank you, Hal, for a very enjoyable game. That's what this is. It's a very enjoyable game. It is. I mean, it really is enjoyable, isn't it? I mean, they say happiness, misery is just a choice. There's two options here. Preserve direct memory. I don't know what that does. Well, there's memory budget mode. Normal. Okay. Let's try large. Now, I'm already thinking, as I'm doing this, will I be happy or sad when I find the answer? It's always good in this test, because I've done this, and now I'm going to run again, and it will either work or it won't. And then I can already think about how I will feel about either way. You know? While it's rebooting. Let's see. Power options. Restart PS4. If it works, I will be happy that I have solved the problem, while at the same time being very sad at the number of hours I've wasted as a result. If it still doesn't work, then I'm going to bed. It's one of those moments, you know. Just remember, okay? If you don't tap, you don't slide. Deep. That could be the motto of game developers everywhere. Remember now, if you don't tap, you won't slide. If you don't try, It won't blow up in your face. That's a horrible way to live. Are we already? This is interesting. What would Dino do? What WWDD? What would Dino do? I don't know. Oh, I forgot to answer a question that Zagu asked earlier on. He asked what was PB Dribble. I just remembered I didn't answer. There's lots that happened. So if you're there still, Zagu, I can come back to that because that was probably more fun than what's about to. I don't know. What shall I do? Shall I try it with debug or with... I'll just try it with debug. It's with debug mode set up now, okay? So in debug mode, large memory thing. The try. Build. Did it build it? I think I asked to build it. I didn't run it yet, right? This is the big moment. As, yes, I'm about to run it. We can everybody take their bets, please. What do you think will happen? Will it run or won't it? This is it. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. It doesn't work. What do I do? I've never seen anything like it. It's just... This is crazy. It's the craziest thing. It's like... I'm out of ideas. I'm out of ideas here. Where did this come from? Yeah, okay. Reboot the computer. It's come down to that. It's come down to reboot the computer. I haven't rebooted the computer, have I? Did I turn it off and on again? I'm going to reboot the computer, okay? And it's probably not going to work. I don't know. Rebooting the computer. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere if you want to see me go absolutely nuts. I don't promise that, but it could happen. You never know. And let's start the restarted. It's restarting now. No. It's not going to restart. I have to shut this down. Okay.